All right, welcome back, folks. It's session 12, and this session is going to be a bit of a bittersweet session as we're coming to the final conclusion of Dave the Diver, the base game, and the Dredge collaboration, right? The last session, we also concluded our Dredge base game closing remarks. So today is likely the day we're gonna be doing closing remarks for Dave the Diver. You know, step away for a bit, maybe come back in another half a year, 6 months, something like that. It's incredibly bittersweet for this one. I'll have more to say about that at the end of the session. So what we did yesterday, last time, we finally reached Diamond, so we cleared the Diamond rankings. We upscaled most of our money making. Our branch is serving shark sushi, I suppose. In our main branch, we did the curry event and the shrimp event, and we know that the branch is affected by the theme. Raised another gyao. The gyao last time was a beluga, I think. And we're still looking for the mysterious two there. So after doing a little bit of digging, there is some sort of, I would say, an unexpected interaction that prevents very specific fish from not spawning. They're not entirely all the same fish per se, but they're related fish. So some of the things I saw was the bonito, which the bonito is also related to the fish I'm missing, which is the bluefin thing. I think it's called a bluefin. And finding 3 stars for the mackerel scade. And they're kind of overlapping, so it's not a coincidence that the fish is dealing with a very specific population. And for the longest time, the darted fish too. But I did end up getting that. So there's a little bit of spaghetti code in there somewhere. It's not too bad. The task we have to complete now is gyao number 5, Fishmon number 5. However, it looks like the Steam achievement counter counts up based on how many times you trigger Fishmon. So it's actually at 4, but we only caught 3. We'll see if it triggers on the 4th. Today we're gonna end up seeing what the 4th Fishmon is. Probably going to trigger that. We'll see the others probably when we return to Dave, because it's a persistent event that goes through the time. So, not too bad. As always, my benchmark is to complete the tasks that the developer has intentionally placed in the Steam achievements, right? Otherwise, then I will go for completion. However, in this case, Steam achievements. So those are the 2. We still have to feed Mochi 8 more times, so at least 8 days, which checks out with the Fishmon thing. I don't think there are any more of like challenge, like story little bits outside of the events. So events also introduce more blog posts on the Cooksta, right? Which over time you'll probably rack up all of those as well. And I think that's it. What we have left. So today, closing remarks will be made. Oh, and we left off on the day of attempt to complete more of the dredge collab. What were we doing here? We were just keeping this guy this way, and we already did all this stuff. Yes. Oh, and level 20. We don't have enough money for Dre to be level 20. The level 20 upgrade is 100k, which we do not have 100k. So I think we're just gonna reinvest. Just cap this stuff off. I think I can make 70k on the next turnaround. The DIVER all capped. This we did not. Overall, we did get most of the resources. Like, we hoarded enough resources. One thing I would say is not being able to see the craft items on this menu until the previous stage needs to be craft. I feel like that's really unnecessary, given how the game is paced, right? So just displaying the stuff, even though you can't craft it yet, is probably the way to go. Oh, and I also wanted to check if... Okay. Yeah. For a moment there, I thought the crossover had special ones. There was a drawing one. Oh yeah, gravity. Okay. So that does exist. Okay. I was kind of curious if it was unique to the collab, but no. Okay, so what have we been doing? We are convinced. I mean, we can give it another shot. But it's this guy, right? These two are just MIA. We only have to check the fish farm. Huh. The ray is kind of repop pretty well. Did the big guy just repop? Oh, dang. That's unexpected. There's also no requirement to max to cap this either. We have a few upgrades here as well. Back to the boats. You know, a new day, new optimism. Let's take a dive and see if these peeps show up, right? Right. Basically, we just blitz down to 50 plus. Wait, oh, you little butthead. Alright, I'm taking you with me, buddy. I thought I saw something interesting. Oh yeah, see? They're the dartfish. Like, this is a particular fish. Now, if you see them, you get this. Hey, maybe that means... Knock on wood? I don't know. So the dartfish is available right there. That's one of the ones that have trouble showing up, and it was way into my later game, like day 28 of October. So it was at least 40 hours into the game before they showed up. Nope. We still have the big eye Scades. I feel the mackerel Scade and the big eye Scade are on top of each other when it comes to the spawn. If I had to take a guess. You know, sailfish. Kinda. It's pretty pog here. Let's go grab some sailfish. We have a dish that sells really well with sailfish. It has such a high base. We'll take out the hammerhead too. Really expedited, you know. So aggressive. Hey. You're coming with me, buddy. All right. I think this is pretty much set in stone. Nothing to write home about here. We'll take a few of these. Both. It's here. Might as well. It's so rapid. I think if there's an MVP zone, it is Limestone Cave. Like, holy heck, this Limestone Cave. It might as well be renamed Treasure Trove Cave. I mean, even the anglers at this point, because if you are aware of, if you've gone through the game, even the anglers are valuable. Everything just scales so well. It's a self-contained biome, right? So all the stuff is synergistic with each other. One-stop shop, more or less. You're not obligated to meander around and line up things from the very beginning, actually. Like, if you get one suit upgrade, you're already good to go. You can already scale to late game. Crazy. I don't want ammo. If I don't get ammo along the way, we'll just head out. No reason. Just picking stuff up because it's convenient. Dave! Please, Dave. Okay. You know, if the game gives me ammo, I'm going to use that ammo. The game is saying, no, Dave. Stay longer. Come and play, Dave. Come play with us. I'll let you guys figure out what I'm referencing there. Alright, now we're piecing out. No chance. If that gave me another 7 bullets, I call shenanigans. Alright, Dave. It's time to finally make our exit. Either above me or below me. Slightly off of the escape pod. Okay. So no dice there. And then now is the afternoon. So we visit Bancho. This is our new routine. Yep. There's Ray's 5 Gyo. There's our 5th one. I wonder what it is. Is it a different one? Oh no, it's the same one. So you don't have to get 5 unique ones. Yeah. So we didn't do something different there. Yeah, we got the devil fish again. That's kind of nice. I mean, eventually, I suppose. Well, eventually try to get all of them. Not this time around though. Unlikely. So the Steam achievements are just counters. Non-unique counters. Which is kind of nice. I'm not sure if that was intended or not. Now we head to the sushi place because we have to feed Mochi, cute little Momo's cute little kitten. Oh hey, and this guy's here. Oh yeah, that's right. Afternoons. Oh, we can buy another secret. Fried habanero fangtooth. So looks like all the secret recipes use aggressive fish. So far, anyways. Let me get these truffles off you. Ooh. Buy all the procure stuff. Hello there, little Mochi. I don't have any high quality cat food for you, Mochi. I wonder what the difference is. Or if there is a difference. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry to spend time with Mochi and Momo. Now we head on over to the Sea Peeps. Because we left just one thing there so we can synchronize the seaweed farm as well. And of course, we have to summon our friend the beluga. His background music is so good. I could meditate to his background music. Same as the title screen. You just swim around for a little bit. I love this like turning animation right here. Aww. So if you try to turn exactly the opposite direction horizontally, they put in a distinct buffered turning animation. This is my little take on this. You don't have to do this, but in a game like this, like for this specific area, they did this. Because when you're Dave, if you control Dave, he just 180s. So they intentionally and consciously added a buffer animation that turns around. Like if you're holding left, it will only turn in place, right? However, when you're playing as Dave, he just snaps. So it's a 180 snap, no animation whatsoever, because you don't really want that when you're trying to have responsive controls. But in this case, there's no danger. So they decided to add a unique turn animation, which to me, there are games that want to balance between, you know, realism and not. And Like a Dragon's one of those games where there's weight when you turn around and it takes a while. Functionally, that can be annoying because it technically reduces your responsiveness, your ability to respond to things like in combat and whatnot. But when there's nothing around, they didn't have to do this. Like it's such a really wonderful extra animation for the beluga. Hey, look at how happy this guy is. These are the little touches and conscious decision making that really screams to me. It's not like a lot of times, yeah, certainly I celebrate the whole like great story and bigger picture things, but the small things really stick out. Like this is so unnecessary, but it's so great. And if you were playing this game and you do like this kind of rotation, you'll kind of see that the beluga, like if you go up and down, oh wait, it's all direction. Yeah, they even did a vertical one. Like, so the beluga is animated in a way that's 2.5D because its movement has depth when it's going up and down and left and right, especially left and right, because you can see the beluga going like into the screen and back out, even on a 2D setting, right? It's a 2.5D trick. It's just so unnecessary. What this is great about is that the team is so compartmentalized in design, not like in like the literal coding part. Is you can see that if you go to a new region, it might feature different types of movement sets and animation. In this very specific map right here, the movement is different for the beluga than anywhere else. But this game, if you think about it, outside of Dave's core movement for the fishing part, everything is different. It's so impressive how there are, I would say there are like relatively, if you had to list them, you can probably come up with a tier list of which ones left the most impression, but it's so tight, like it's so consistent. You don't have like hits and misses, you have hits that don't hit harder than other hits, is my opinion about this game, right? So, well, I'm giving away a little bit of the stuff that I'm going to talk about later. Oh, you can get bonus. Oh, okay. Did it always do that? So we're done with black coral. I think we're gonna do southern full kelp this time. Oh, I already bought 5 earlier. I remember this. Yeah, so unnecessary. It's so great. It just constantly leaves you guessing. There is a double edge to this game design. It's the most hardcore variety, but it's the most anti-hardcore design philosophy. as a tease for something I'm going to talk about later. Like, they totally full send. Unapologetically full send it. Alright. Let's see if the Norwal is in the center or in the top right. Top right it is. That would mean usually the poor beagle is to the left. One time, yesterday, we found it below where I was just at. But usually, the poor beagle's up here when the Norwell is to the right. Oh, wait. Sorry, that's actually the reverse. I just got the two mixed up. The poor beagle is actually to the south. Right in the middle here. I'm probably gonna get sniped. Yep, there he is. Almost sniped. Okay. And then the Greenland is to the southwest, underneath the glacier thing here. And I really like this aspect of Dave the Diver. I am a fan of roguelites and roguelike designs where there's like procedural generated elements of the stuff. But when it comes to like fishing, farming, and micro-econ, this is the way to go in my opinion. It really complements. Obviously, I would be interested to see how people design something that isn't that and see how I feel about it. But for me, this is the design when it comes to things that feature micro-econ. Favor memory and experience to create circuits, like farm circuits, right? When you want to become an efficient, like, money maker or becoming more and more efficient in your routine, giving a little bit of control over how things spawn and routine and creating circuits is incredibly cathartic and rewarding. Like Stardew Valley speedruns, for example, things like that. And you can see that, I don't know if Concern Ape, right, had that in mind or coded it by coincidence by limitations, but you can see that it is incredibly rewarding when you find out that a lot of the things, pretty much a good majority of the things in Stardew Valley is not randomly generated. It's pattern generated. And this is the same for Dave the Diver. I'm sure they were more than able to create a applicable random generator, but they don't. It's pattern generated. So like there are three layouts. There are three sunny layouts for shallow and depth, right? There's a permutation, two layouts for limestone cave, maybe three. There's a storm layout, a night layout. So you kind of, over time, you're rewarded for experience. Yep. Time to explore. Alright, you know. You know, it's not helpful when they grow. When they do that stage. Anyways. Alright. So, let's take a look at the aberration. So we know that there's one aberration in the second pool that requires a net gun. And I'm pretty sure you can't net this guy. So these two are related, but you can't net this guy. So we either choose to net or not to net. I couldn't hit them anywhere. There wasn't a... This guy didn't have like a vulnerability anywhere. Or we can go for... Only the crab pot is available here. It kind of sucks that we missed one thing on each of the things. You know what? I'm gonna look for this guy. We'll bring the hush dart with us still. Okay, yeah. Let's go explore. This is a bittersweet moment now too, because I reached taking a break from Dredge as well. We completed the base game. Ooh, this is the first time a ring showed up. It's a diamond ring, all right. Broken monocle. Oh, you can get more than one from this. These are supposed to be the sapphire earrings. Pearl earrings. Oh, wait, pearl earrings. I think there were sapphire and ruby as well in Dredge. Okay, so we're gonna try to find that large guy. Oh, here. I think the 3 fishing spots. Maybe it is dependent on what is displayed on there. So I picked the one that we're looking for. It's this guy, wherever this guy is. We're missing a crab pot. And I think it's the second depth, not the first one. The Imperious crab was the first depth. Some of these things are kind of dangerous. They're pretty aggressive. They approach pretty quickly. We're just grabbing thinking we can grab like a trank harpoon or something. Poison? No. We need a tip. Trank tip or something. A trank tip would be nice. I didn't realize they attack like that. That was dumb luck. I don't want to deal with this. Okay. Shock Harpoon 1? What do I have right now? What's an enhance? Enhance 2? I think the enhance 2. Looking for a trank harpoon, if possible. Oh, we do want to take this though. That guy's a prize. The aberrated one? Oh no, no, I think they're the same rank. They're roughly the same. Sticky mine. That's a pretty far charge. I don't like that. And then we only get O2 tanks. Oh no. A sensor trap. Interesting. Last time we only had O2 tanks. Interesting. Oh, we did this path last time. I need to go higher. It looks like there's only one layout. So this is just one layout. That means we have to wrap around and go up. I was wrapping around to get a tip. Maybe a harpoon tip of some sort. We have to head up here somewhere. Oh, that's right. I've got what I was doing already. I need to look for crab locations. That's my other motivation for cycling around. Oh, there it is. That's the guy. It's the gazing hammerhead. Okay, it's fine. It's just a hammerhead attack pattern. That's fine. Or not. Oh, it can drain? Oh, that's kind of cool. Wait. It's asleep and can drain? What the heck? That's kind of cool. Oh, that's where the drain gun thing is from. It's supposed to be an eye. Oh, okay. Alright, we got it. It's fine. The gazing shark. Yeah. Alright. Oh, we got it. It's a cone effect. That's probably how the gun works too. A cone. Now we're looking for places to drop a crab trap. The other guy's not nice. The stingray thing, the devil ray thing, that's not nice. Why can't I find places? There's one place. Only one place to drop a crab that I noticed in this layout. At least last time. Oh, there's one. I think this is the only one that I came across. Let's see if we can find another. What the? We're not gonna talk about that. Yeah, I think this is too high. Oh, actually, there might be one in there. In the location with currents. Go in a sec. This guy's ready. Come on. 3 stars and we're good to go. First try. 2 stars. Feels bad, man. Let's go find another. There's at least one spot in here. Or not. At least one spot, right? Come on. Come on, game. Don't do this to me. Do I really have to come back and RNG one spot? Yikes. Ow! You butthead. I feel they at least include 2. At least 2 spots. Come on. Don't be like this. We're on the far west already. I might have missed it. Retracking now. The sudden turn up. Missed it because instant turn up. Really? It happened again? Dude. For every time I miss because the hitbox just changed the moment I fire because it was adjusting. Oh, wait, I missed this one. Okay. Come on. No whammies, please. There's a evac point. That's kind of nice. Very convenient. Like on the way back. I can carry a lot more fish. Don't have any more trank. Oh, here's a 3rd spot. I missed 2. Man, I really wasn't paying attention, huh? Alright, so there are 3 spots. I'll take 3. For sure. I can't complain. on, no whammies. There we go. Clap. Nailed it. That's it for this region. It's the other two whirlpools left. I think they're pertaining to whirlpools. I'm not sure of the whole like flickering witch silhouette, but we'll do that too on top of that. I don't want to chance it. So I deliberately dived during when the silhouette was showing the gazing shark. I don't think that's the case. I think it's just a whirlpool you choose. For the second one, I know it changed last second. And I don't think it impacted what the pool of potential fish were. I got three stars there. Okay. I need to make quite a bit of money on this one so that we can raise Trey up to level 20. It takes a lot of money to raise employees. Holy heck, man. That's some massive scaling. It's like a 20% currency bump. It's kind of fun though. I like making exponentially more and more money. Virtually. Of course, in video games. On paper. I'm not sure how much I like it. Doing it in IRL. IRL comes with a lot of emotional baggage. And if anyone knows me, I'm not the biggest fan of emotional baggage. What I mean is there's often a compromise, right? If I make a lot of money, it also means someone else is making less, kind of deal. It's an ambivalent point. But in video games, there's still some of that. Largely the relationship between the end user, the developer, and the publisher. However, it's less significant, it's less direct than saying how much you want to charge for your services, you know, and all that. Yeah, it's human resources, management. All right. Oh, we got an eyeball. Oh. Is that an eyeball? Did I just get one of the shark's eyeballs? Getting close. So these belong to the two whirlpools. The first whirlpool is just a crab pod that I forgot that there's 2 levels. This one is going to take two trips because we need a net gun for this guy. And we probably cannot use a net gun on this guy. We'll try anyways. If it comes around again. Alright. So the hooded figure, right? The hooded figures don't show up at our branch. So they can operate as normal. And that's where I thought, and then the events turned out it does affect our branch. So that was a learning experience. Let's look at their ingredients. You guys have plenty of ingredients. It's all good. We got a lot of flames. Oh, this stuff could be good. Wait. What are our like OP dishes? Ice fish curry. I actually think this ramen is pretty good. Let's see what it takes. Okay. And let's see what grade 8 eggs. And also use bowl kelp. Grade 8 eggs, huh? That is easy to come by because we can actually build for that. Huh. Alright. So I gotta remember to include normal food. But man, one prize catch is so much money. What the heck, man? There's one prize in each pool. And then we're just placing the rest. I keep hitting the wrong button. Don't worry, I remember. Yeah, let's just stick this guy on there. Money! Money, money! It is a short service, though. One of the drawbacks. Although the traveling merchant buys the rest, which is the offset. Where are the dirty dishes? No dirty dishes. The hooded figures really do be decreasing the dirty dishes. Well, actually, we didn't make that much. I think we should have kept the shark. She still buys the sharks. Fine.
Huh?
How much is it? 19,000? 100K? It's kind of close. Yikes. That's not a lot. No, we weren't even close. We gotta go another day. It's fine though. We got time. No storm. Oh, this is the next party. Let's see what the next party is. Lobster party. I got lots of lobsters. A world-class tourist, and we are happy to announce that the Lobster Party Festival, where you can enjoy fresh lobsters caught in the blue hole, will open in 3 days. We urge nearby restaurants to participate in this fantastic opportunity. Fair enough. So... Okay, you can only train in the afternoon, it seems. For sure. So what do I do now? So I want to make this guy lean. So we're only going to feed it like half. And then that's it. And we're going to try to train it while not showing you any affection. Ooh, that's a deep cut. There's a deep cut in there. Only discipline and feed the dude without showing any love. Alright, 5 more. This is harvest up, right? Yeah. Let's go. Let's grab some harvest up. Wow, that really stacks. That's a lot of money. Let's plant some onions. Okay. Oh, you know, we don't have to store them. It'll just subtract from my inventory, so we don't have to actually look at it. Now I kind of want to get more chickens. Nah, really not that necessary. Yeah, we got some. We have some lobsters. Lots and lots of lobsters. Wow. +5 spider crabs all of a sudden? Jeez. I still haven't done the night dive for the scorpion or the zebra shark. Auto, stop moving, please. Okay, let's all right, that's it for the fish farm. Everything is being maxed, you know. We'll try again. We'll dive and see if... Oh, you know, an event might change the distribution. A lot of times, the event can affect what spawns more frequently. So let's see if this lobster thing... Lobster doesn't really affect fish since they're crab pots, but still. Let's see if the layout changed. This is, yeah, we're familiar with this layout. So let's go straight down. I don't see anything new at the moment. Oh, I do see something new. Yeah, what I mean is the layout is slightly different. There is a chance. Wait. Dang it. Come on. Nope. No dice. Yeah, still just, same guys. Can't be helped. I mean, it's alright. Things are okay for me as long as I understand that they are reproducible. If they're reproducible, I'm pretty okay with it. Personally, I think the modified hush dart could use a slight range increase. For what it's supposed to do, it's kind of very unreliable. It's such a important thing you need to complete collections. It's just slightly out of range a lot of times. Can't let that guy interfere. Heckin' Barracuda. No dice though on the 2 missing fish. Chill. I was ready for that one. Okay. Let's go look around a little bit more. Maybe there's a chance. I don't think there is a chance. With renewed vigor, it's another day to try and look, right? Okay. Up and away. I was thinking if I could take something with me, but okay. I'm gonna discipline you. Discipline really works when it's in this stage. Alright. Wednesdays. The guy's not here on Wednesdays. Gotta feed Mochi though. Run! Dave, run! Cute little Mochi. Oh, I forgot to dispatch last time. That's okay. Not a really big deal anymore. Alright. For now we just head to see people. We don't have to summon the beluga this time. I really do want to. Oh, wait. We don't even need to go here. Just go straight to the glacial area. Ice gun doesn't really work on the Dunk Leo Diaz. Alright, Norwal. Where are you? Are you in the middle or are you on the upper right? Okay, northeast it is. Quick and dirty. Ooh, poison one is not pretty okay. Hello? Alright, that means Mr. Poor Beagle is here. Ready to attack us off screen. Where are you? Okay. And then Mr. Greenland is down here. We'll try to attack the Dunkleosteus. Since we have a harpoon tip. Hello. Hello, buddy. Okay. Sure. Oh, actually, the guy is probably not vulnerable to poison. Now that I think about it. All right, we have one chance at a weapon up here, or not. Just kidding. We're out. Off we go. Back to the boat. Interesting. All right. Get that money. I think we can afford to train once. Maybe twice. And then that should leave enough for Gray's level 20. They have enough ingredients. Oh, rice came in. The rice came in. Oops. Can we improve that one menu? This thing? No, not this thing. This thing. Our bowl kelp is still on working, but man, look at that. Yeah. I need more soy sauce. I need some sauce. You know, the procurer. It's okay. Let's dispatch. Let's do salt this time. Until I get more bowl kelp. Okay. Alright. Let's go. Honey time. Need to make 40k. Trying to find dirty dishes. Ah, I got it. Save this butt. No! El Nino, don't! Oh, yeah, I freaking... El Nino. Holy heck. I swear. I saw it happen in slow-mo. My little butthead caught me at the wasabi station. Oh, even Dre dropped one. Oh, we ran out of... Dang. We ran out of dishes for the one thing. Our sea grape. Sea grade jelly dish. What was this day? What was 1114? What did we sell at 1114? What the heck? Huh. 9 of ingredients. Interestingly enough. Okay. That's all you get. The farm's fine. Now, some of these have kinda low density. I think we're just gonna wait on Storm. Basically. And see if those two little guys show up. I don't think this saves any additional time at all. I just want to ride the beluga anyways. That's 60 bulk health immediately. So we need more procure staff. Got one more. Oh, okay. We're just gonna head back to the boat. We're just passing time. Don't need to shark hunt. It's all down to the farm and stuff. And then the fishmon. What? It didn't work? Why can't I discipline you? I don't understand. Okay. Let's go to the sushi place. Gotta buy. Hopefully I don't spend 18,000. It's Thursday, so this guy's around. Django. Another secret recipe. Grilled Antarctic octopus and truffle. Oh, wait. This isn't too bad. Grilled paddleweed? Oh, so it has a vegetable component. Give me all your truffles. Yes, give me your curry block and your soy sauce. And the salt. Veggies are fine. Mochi, hello there. Heat up. I'm just expecting Mochi to suddenly become a full-grown kitten, you know? I know how oxymoronic that sounded. Full-grown kitten? What are you talking about? How can that make sense? Oh wait, I wanted to put out an ad. Hold up. Yeah, let's put out another ad. Oh, you know what? Let's just spend the money now. Alright, Trey. First level 20. There it is. Leadership. There we go. Another task down. Now we have Mochi left and Fishmon, which is on Saturdays, 2 days away. We're just gonna pass the time. Watch Dave chill. Look at that. Dave is just chilling. We got the salt. Okay. Sure. Get to our dinner service. Dave's not doing the hard life anymore. Don't have to dive all the time. What's the ingredients like over here? How are you guys doing? Plenty. So efficient. There's double inputs a lot of times. That's kind of good. This is like, this is goated. We gotta send Peeps out for soy sauce. Level 7. Oh no. We're low on Kajime. Fine. Let's dispatch. Okay. So can rely on the old faithful until we can't. Definitely running out of ingredients. Alright. But we don't need that much cash anymore. So that's kind of nice. El Nino, I'm telling you. You leave another empty dish. Or dirty dishes. Alright, let's go find dirty dishes. I'm feeling like it's over here somewhere. Where is it? I got your back. Where is it? I got your back. Alright. Nice. I think that's good enough. Okay. Nice. Alright. Hey, Dre nailed it as well. Good job, Dre. Still don't know what I did on the 14th of November. Why is that so high? Huh. No storm. A new post? Ray loves video games and he recently taken on interest in cooking. That's probably true. I mean, he is a content creator who started with video games. I wouldn't be surprised if he has cooking with Dre as a IRL segment every once in a while. It's kind of a natural progression. Oh, we're almost out of seeds. Can I discipline you? Sure. I don't think that works. It's gonna give us the devilfish again, probably. Let's go to the farm. Can't neglect the farm. Dang. That's a lot of stuff at once. Where are we going this time? Wheat? Sure. And then let's take these stuff out into our inventory so we can see. Alright. Oh, wait. We gotta make sure we're still paying Sammy. How long do I have you for, Sammy? Till December? You're here till Christmas Eve. Okay. What am I keeping here? Oh, I guess I decided to keep the catfish. Uh. Okay. Did Jumo yell at us? I don't think so. Pass the time. We're just chilling now. Dave deserve it. Well rested epilogue vacation. That's what life is when you have it set through all your hard work, tears, and sweat. You know? Okay. Friday. Alright. Gotta visit Mochi. I think we're close. We only need to feed Mochi 8 times. I think we're pretty close. This might actually be the 8th time. Or the 7th. I guess it hasn't been a week. Because we would have done the Fishmon already. Never mind. False alarm. 2 more days. I think we started on Sunday. We're just chilling. Days on permanent vacation. For a while. Indefinite vacation. Only diving to see people. All puns intended. Yeah. I think we're gonna... Oh, that's the guy I'm looking for. I'm looking for pie. Let's get to the sushi place. So we split between soy sauce and... Let's hire pie here. Oh, maybe even... What about Caroline? I think we'll grab Caroline as well. Hey. And we're training. Okay, her procure is going up. Okay. It's not that great. Actually, it's going pretty well. About pie? Where's pie at? Old man pie. The pie that I'm familiar with is actually a female fighter in Virtual Fighter. Okay, your procure is pretty great. Let's get them all to 10. We got plenty of cash. More. His skills are weird. His cooking and serving, plus procure is the highest. What the heck? I guess you have all the combinations. You know, I'm gonna throw a little bit on El Nino here. Cleaning master is not okay. Let's dispatch. So we'll have like some scent for soy sauce, and then some scent for salt. Okay. I'm sure they have more. They have enough to feed the peeps over at the branch. It's only Norwal left, I'm pretty sure. And we got plenty over here to restock them. I mean, oh yeah, we need Kajime. That truffle dish though. Dang. That's some fantastic. You know what? All right. Let's do one of these. Cash in. Let's go. Let's see that all-time high. Alright, I'm gonna look for dirty dishes. Probably somewhere here. Oh. Okay. Alright, I think El Nino's got it. We gotta go. What the heck, Dre? Why is there an upset customer? Alright, no, he's got it. Oh, that wasn't actually that great. And we didn't break our all-time high. I mean, it's better. Okay. It's better. Here's a Saturday. Indeed, it's a refreshing Saturday. What do you got for me this time? 50 meters, okay. Silvery Titan triggerfish. Okay. They're actually made of silver. So it conducts electricity. I think one can inflict damage using a weapon that can discharge electricity. Okay. Electricity. Don't have a weapon that is customized for electricity. That's kind of neat, I would say. I guess we'll make the rifle. Yeah. It doesn't get old. Okay. Do we have it equipped? Yeah, let's go. So weird. Okay. Alright. 50 it is. Let's go. Dave's still got a few more work to do. Few more things to do. Alright, Dave. That's kind of neat. I like the fishbone thing. It gives you an incentive to create different weapon styles. Hopefully that becomes a thing in the future. Not over here, huh? No beeps yet. Do want to collect these guys. Okay. Oh, come on. The harpoon bouncing off walls is another thing. That's like meh. Okay. Waiting for the beep. Oh. Okay. There it is. Got it. There it is. There's the 5th one. Technically the 4th one. That's the 4th one that we caught. However, the Steam achievement is how many attempts. Alright, let's peace out. So, mochi is the last thing. Feeding the moch. Hard as nails? I doubt even my iron fist. Haha, haha. That's an Asian joke. Okay. Yep. There are 10? There are 9? 9 fish moans? Okay. We'll catch them at some point in the future. It'll happen. And evolve all these guys. There's no hint, right? Yeah, there's no hint system for this one. So it's not quite clear. I'm just trying different combos of management to see if I can get them. There might be some gacha involved too. Oh, you know, I didn't even notice that there's an icon over there. If you look above Bancho Sushi, it tells you when the guy's there. They did place a warning. Funny enough. I just didn't pay attention. He does come much, much later in the game though. Grilled eel with habanero. What type of eel? Snub-nosed spiny eel? I see. Give me these truffles. Give me the sesame seed. Mayonnaise. Do you have rice on you? No. I think this is the last one. Mochi? No? Oh, wait. Sunday. Sunday. Just kidding. Just kidding. Sunday. Alright. Oh, I need to harvest. Yeah, we have to at least see people. Shut up, fictitious. The heckin'... It's so tiny, okay? Heck you. Alright, it's a good opportunity to listen to Beluga. No. This reminds me of Finding Dory. A Beluga is one of the main supporting characters in Finding Dory. He's like he's a very, he's kind of like a klepto beluga. Alright, we definitely have enough bulk help. It's time to seed up the Kajime. Hello? Why can't I select this? Wait, what's going on? Oh. Okay. So cute the way the Beluga changes directions. Alright. Going back? Dave's on break. No diving in dangers for Dave. Okay. I didn't even check if I have any lobster dishes. But we're gonna redispatch these peeps. Gonna invest a little bit in our staff members here. Wait, is this new? Oh no, this isn't new. We already got this guy too. Dang it. Okay. So we can't do that either. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Time for the dinner service. Let's go. I think the next day is the last thing we have to do. We only have to feed Mochi one more time. Unless I skipped a day. There's a chance I might have skipped a day. We started on Sunday. And this is Saturday now. Let's finally raise these guys up, man. I'll raise them to 14. Man, the scaling is so rough on cost. Yeah, a recipe happens at 14. Okay. Do we even have crab dishes? Oh, here's one. Stir-fried habanero lobster. Is there anything else? Crystal lobster. I have 25 points. Crystal lobster. Which one could that be? Eastern rock lobster. Let's do this one. I have habaneros. Sure. Oh, I can get both actually. I didn't realize that didn't cost that many flames. Yeah, let's just see what they are. Over time we'll get all of them at some point. Okay, switch to that doesn't help. Here are the 3 dishes. Olive oil, habanero. Oh, okay. That's not bad. They're about the same. So let's elevate this. Enhance. Oh, enhance it a couple times. One more time. All right. It's 5 servings, not too bad. What about you? Eggs? That's not too bad. Just like regular eggs. Go enhance it a couple times. That's pretty good. And then, what about you? Rice and bladderwrack. Yikes. I don't have bladderwrack. Sure, 2 servings is probably the best we got. Alright. I'll put these on the menu. Should be good enough for the event. They cost kind of nice. Only 1 dish for this. Do we throw in something else? No, we don't throw anything else. Oh wait, can we prepare... just straight up lobster? Oh no, these are really low. No, we're good. Oh, events also. Ooh, oh no. Okay. We need to go to the branch. Because events affect the branch as well. So let's get rid of. No more ingredients, right? Now we need... what was it? It was... I don't remember. We'll do the 1 dish, right? The 1 dish that we have a lot of. This one. Just look. It's Norway Norway lobster, habanero, and olive oil. Okay. Oh, it even shows an icon. We don't have any ingredients. Nice. Norway. Norway. Here it is. Oh no. I don't know how. Okay, Norway, habanero. And olive oil. What is our other menu item? Eastern rock. Okay. Eastern rock lobster, eggs, and kelp. We'll put 2 menus on the item. This is probably the only time we'll ever use this dish. Eastern. There it is. Kelp. And eggs. That's tight. Okay, you only know how to serve stir-fried. Wait, really? The second dish isn't even available? Alright, if it's not, then I'm taking it back. Wait, why do you have sea grapes? That must have been from way in the beginning. I'm taking those eggs back. Give me those eggs. What was the other thing? Kelp? Give me that kelp back. So you're only gonna serve that, huh? Fair enough. I don't know if that's enough servings. You still good on that dish? Yep. Okay. Alright. I swear, if people are upset, I'm gonna hold Dre accountable. Actually, I have a little bit of cash. You guys have anyone? Oh wow, you're really high up. What the heck? I trained you guys so high. Better than my original group beforehand. Now about the same though. We're dispatched. Alright, let's go. We're ready. Alright. Alright, let's go look for dirty dishes. There's an upset customer. I hate you, Dre. The virtual Dre. Alright, I'm gonna go for the wasabi. El Nino! Oh, okay. He's got the dish. Oh! Got him. Dre has 15 upset customers. Did he run out of dishes? He probably ran out of dishes, just like I did. Yeah. Oh yeah, they're totally out of dishes. Dang. 18 out of dishes. Just didn't have enough. That is a lot of money. That is a record right there. But not enough ingredients. Yeah, that is a new personal best. Nice. Still managed. It's kind of funny. The customers had the plastic gloves, the Asian plastic gloves in Asian establishments for the lobster. Usually, you just go in. I did visit a crab place once where they gave you like white plastic gloves, but generally speaking, at home and stuff, like not in establishments, you just go in barehanded. It was okay. We didn't have enough ingredients. Ran out. Too lazy to go farming anymore. Ah, okay. So, can I discipline you from here? No, I can't. Okay, so what have we not done? We haven't just like straight up taking care of the dude and train the dude. I don't understand how to train the dude. Oh, interesting. Huh. So you can deliberately decrease. Interesting. Gotta visit the farm. That's a lot of onions. We can do a pickle vegetable dish quite well. No. I don't think habaneros is part of the equation. And let's go habaneros and I think we've gone through all of them now. Let's throw in some more carrots. You're my slave forever, Sammy. I've got you contracted until Christmas Eve. Don't be going anywhere. Not for a concert, not for anything, okay? You keep making that music online. Wow. That was a lot of angler. You know, I wonder if my angler dish is up to speed now. Maybe we can serve the angler. Whoa. Why did these guys multiply like gangbusters all of a sudden? Did I miss a day? I think I might have missed a day. Pretty sure I might have missed a day. don't think Gumo yelled at me, right? No? There's the lobster. Lobsteritos. Oh, there's a there's a cooksta thing for each of the dishes. Yeah. Wow, there's so many stills. That's fantastic. I don't think Gumo yelled at us, so we're skipping time. Just chilling. That's the Dave life. Okay. Wait, can I discipline the dude beforehand? Stop getting sick. I wonder if there's a difference between playing and snacking. Alright. This might be it. Here you go. There it is. We got Catman. Such a... It's kind of an anticlimactic end. I think that's it. Hold up. Let's double check. Yep, there's our 100%. Granted, we didn't we didn't get the solution to the bug. Yeah, I'm pretty convinced this is a bug. Perhaps it'll resolve itself in the future. Yeah. Maybe it'll turn up again once you pass a full month. But we're not gonna do that. We'll do that another time. When we revisit for obviously the DLC. I'll probably buy the DLC on launch if they're gonna sell DLC for this game. I'm gonna make an exception. Definitely buying DLC when it's first available. Hey, and if it's free, I'm there. So we'll eventually like get these guys, right? Because you need to pass time like really fast. And then all the weapons, yikes, like getting all the weapons and not all the base weapons, all like the upgrades. There's so many variances of them. Crazy. All right. Let's okay, we're gonna have to set this up. So let me actually pull up honestly, we'll just leave it on here. I love this track. Yeah. Like swapping peripherals. Ugh. Does it always go over here? Can we please open over here? There we go. All right, we'll just let that title screen play. Love the title screen. Music. All right, so it's that time again. Another game. Okay. Here we are again, right? It's another game, another completion of the base game, right? And for this one, plus the Dredge collab, right? We're back at the bittersweet moment of providing. I think I've settled on a name for this segment, and we're gonna call it, because I'm such a fan of alliteration, right? We're gonna call it Candid Conclusions. I think we're gonna settle on Candid Conclusions. I wish I could think of another, or yeah. We're gonna settle on this. I have like an icon design idea for this. So this is Dave the Diver, right? At the moment of this Candid Conclusions, this is plus the Dredge crossover, which was released, I think, December 2023, and this game was either June or July. We'll say June. So the reason why this is important is it's a 6-month period. That's fast. And we already went over the idea that MINTROCKET is an extension of Nexon. So they have resources. So a 6-month period is pretty fast. And what was available on the Dredge crossover was available for free, right? And it was fantastic. 3 instances, yeah, that in a 6-month turnover, it's fantastic. So, as usual, I want to practice going over what we usually talk about in Candid Conclusions. Generally, I talk about 2 contrasting groups. So we always consider 2 groups of targeting. It's getting a little better now. I'm a little bit more precise. For Dave the Diver, it will be the casual seeker and the hardcore seeker. Now, most of the time, it's not just 2, right? This is, again, the disclaimer is this is non-comprehensive. How I typically do this is when I think of perspectives, I think of 2 contrasting perspectives. So these guys are... I totally misspelled that. So, in order to really engage my thought, it's usually contrasting groups. It's not all the groups, just contrasting groups so I can challenge myself to think of different perspectives. So in this case, we're thinking of what I'm considering as the casual seeker versus the hardcore seeker. And we're going to talk about the main elements that differentiates between these two. Again, not non-comprehensive. And then usually then I would talk about my own personal anecdotes. And often while I'm considering these three perspectives, right, I talk about one core element. So, selling point. And this usually involves the insights into the devs that I gather, right? So when I consider these three viewpoints, I relate to them and contrast them based on one core element. And usually these core elements deal with behavior a lot of times. Behavior, like a bit of a psychoanalysis, right? And then other points will be more like a lightning round. So very like spitfirey, your typical journalism kind of thing, your modern journalism kind of thing, where I would make a laundry list of elements, talk about them very briefly, rapid fire kind of deal. And then last but not least, the final portion would be the rating. And this is just for your like hot take, very, very oversimplified score system, and maybe a few commentaries, right? And I will make the disclaimers when we get there. So that's kind of the layout nowadays for the candid conclusions. So let's start with the two groups outside myself, right? So this time we have the casual seeker versus the hardcore seeker. And I have to qualify these because these definitions don't change. These points don't stay static. So what do I mean by the casual seeker? So we've already talked about the context of MINTROCKET in our opening remarks, which I also have a name for that now. Well, the next time we start a new game, I'll give out the name. That they are going for an indie feel without actually being indie, right? So what this creates is a mainstream indie game. And this is the core element I'm talking about. So the core element is this idea of a mainstream indie game. For context, definitely have to go back to the first video, which was, what video was this? Is this video 12? So 12 videos ago. So in the context of mainstream indie game, the casual seeker is characterized by a variety lover. So variety lover. It's softcore in nature. As in lack of hard punish. Right? We talked about this in our dredge one. So softcore, lack of hard punish, as in reduction of hard punish. Collectathons, right? Collecting. Microecon. Like progression, like consistent progression, right? And usually, like, if time goes up, progress goes up. That's what I mean by consistent progression. So this is what I kind of mean by casual seeking. And when it's variety lover means also streamlined and like not complex per se, relatively not complex. Okay. Other things to consider are vignettes or like microcosms. And in these vignettes and microcosms deal with pop culture. And now we're talking specifically about 2023 pop culture. It's a heavy reliance on the current pop culture. And in this case, we're specifically talking about mainstream indie pop culture. And what it means to be by this indie when it comes to pop culture is we're talking about niche communities, like sub-communities, right? This specifically means why sub-communities? They offer very distinct, identifiable characteristics. Which means that something like if you suddenly see a rhythm game, right? The rhythm game is associated with the Japanese culture, which very specifically associates with a high representation of female artists, female Japanese artists, right? So they're very distinctive. You can't mistake their identity for anything else. The characteristics that they capture are mainstream indie in the pop scene because each of the subcultures have incredibly identifiable things that they use in this game. And what I mean by this is the casual seeker is looking for variety in a way that it can capture things without going deep, right? It's not deep. It's more surface level, but executed well. And it deals with collective knowledge. Picking up a lot of collective knowledge and experience without the investment of going too deep in the rabbit hole. And there's a guarantee of progression, right? Because the casual fitting. And usually to achieve this type of variety, it comes in the context of vignetting or microcosms. And to touch upon all these, you get the superficial takes, not bad or a good thing, a very efficient portrayal of pop culture, especially in niche and subcultures. So what is the hardcore seeker? Hardcore seeker, you can contrast with some of this, right? Is usually specialized. And what does specialized mean? Specialized means complex. Like the iceberg thing. So you're diving deep, right? Sorry, I had to throw that pun in there. You're diving deep for the iceberg effect. You're looking for the bottom of the iceberg. So it's got to be specialized. What that means is there's What that means is for a hardcore seeker, there's a compromise / trade-off for variety. That means a focused core element, right? And you could say cohesion a lot of times. So it's a product that focuses on a single core element and is very cohesive. It feels that it's cohesive because it's very focused, and specialized because it's complex. It has a lot of depth, like not just seeing the top of the iceberg, but the entire iceberg itself. And oftentimes hardcore requires high barrier of entry, and that usually deals with legacy, skill, knowledge checks, right? Knowledge checks, and oftentimes punish mechanics. Which things like hard reset would be a punish mechanic, right? That's the hardcore stuff. And oftentimes this hardcore would mean it's often character driven. And by character driven, I mean player centric. Player centric choice matters. Customized gameplay. Obviously, this is not reflective of all hardcore seekers in different genres, but for this particular genre, it's often something like this. So you're building your character per se, like it's a very character driven focus. So like improvements are centered to the character you're playing. So oftentimes this means there's a trade-off in world building a lot of times, and a trade-off and supporting characters. There's a trade-off in supporting characters. So it's heavily focused, right? The character you play is the center of the universe. Most of the things you do are centered around the portrayal of elevating your character that you are playing, that persists in a world that revolves around that character. Well, technically, you could see it that way in Dave the Diver, but not particularly. Dave is an observer and participant in a lot of other people's worlds. Like Bancho is the owner of the sushi place, regardless of what you do as Dave, right? He's a participant, an observer. And we can run a lot of parallels to Dredge, which is not really a big coincidence that the two developers had some relevance to each other or become associated with each other, because their games, while thematically have a different mood to them, right? Where Dredge embraces Lovecraft, Dave embraces the casual seeker, right? The average Joe effect, versus the hardcore seeker, the superhero, right? So these are the two qualities that I'm talking about. They might not necessarily represent the majority. I would say if I were taking an insight into the devs, this was the target. The target audience is the casual seeker. However, the hardcore seeker often draws criticism, right? For this game. So a lot of times when a game, which I firmly believe, MINTROCKET is targeting casual seekers, that popularity and that, you know, casual seekers overall, if I had to say, represents more than 50% of the gaming population, like for this type of game, right? So it would then get accolades. It will attract accolades. And oftentimes the minority voice, so this is the minority voice, will be very loud and antagonistic. It's not, it goes kind of hard, goes hand in hand. When you're a hardcore seeker, you tend to be very passionate, right? That kind of checks out. It associates with your preferences. So these group, although it's the minority, I would probably argue a really, really vocal minority. It's worth using their perspective to contrast what the idea of this game doesn't target, right? So that's why I'm using these two perspectives. All right, so let's talk about how the critical reception of this game, right? We know it's greater than 95% on Steam. Overwhelming positivity. Greater than 90% on critic aggregate score sites, right? And we know a gigantic commercial success. And we're talking about 3 mil plus copies, right? Instant 3 mil copies. Not even like a long gestation period or something. Like in this area of indie type, right? The subgenre. So what is the competition? Let's just say, what is a model that Dave is competing with in the, let's just say, the indie scene per se? Well, the gold standard, believe it or not, when it comes to these types of scores and aggregate stuff like this, the gold standard, I'm sure most people who have played enough indie games like myself and followed the history of the indie scene, the current gold standard is Terraria. I think Terraria has eclipsed over 100 million, something like that. It's in the Hall of Fame, basically. And Terraria didn't see this immediately, right? It's through a lot of support, and it's still being supported today, right? So this is the gold standard, and you see these things, these criteria applied to Terraria. And Terraria has become that Swiss Army knife too, right? The variety thing, but built on another core element, which their core element is creative problem solving. So, you know, but it's a more casual approach to it. So instead of the unhinged Minecraft, right? I totally misspelled Minecraft. You know, this is the first time I've ever written Minecraft. So instead of the unhinged Minecraft where your creativity, the sky's the limit, Terraria steps back a little bit and provide a framework. You have bosses, you have objectives, you have things that are created with the support of relogic. And this is what I see Dave the Diver heading, only this time, instead of a long period, right? We're talking about like greater than 10 years. Has it been 10 years? Let me double check on Terraria. Yes. It's been 13 years. A little over 12 years. This would be going into their 13th year. Dave the Diver has MINTROCKET, right? And like the backing of Nexon proper. So they're gonna be blitzing at a much, much faster rate. I don't know how Relogic is now structurally, but I'm very familiar with Nexon. So this is what it's mirroring right now. And for better or for worse, I hope they are fully committed to following like the path of keeping that indie feel going, like the target audience. So how is all this relevant? It bleeds into the philosophy of the game. But what does Dave offer? Dave the Diver, right? What does Dave offer? And you're gonna see that it's completely lined up with the casual seeker, in my opinion. And we're talking about the casual indie seeker. So this is where the lightning round is gonna start flowing in, since we covered the core mechanic, right? The core mechanic is trying to be a mainstream indie game that focuses on being casual, which makes it mainstream. These two are associated. You want snapshots and you want to do them well. So what do? Well, micro econ, check. You know, fishing, sushi shop, materials, farming. The list goes on, right? It goes on a lot. So you have micro econ, that's a check. That's very classic indie, a big staple of indie. And what did they do? They kept it simple, right? Super satisfying, captured the essence of all these things without, I don't know, what you would see in a hardcore seeker, right? Let's put a hardcore seeker over here. What would you see? Well, you would see, for farming, tons of micromanagement, and almost all of it is time dependent. Just to give you a, like, because there's urgency for efficiency, which if you looked at my playthrough of Dave the Diver, I'm part of the hardcore crowd in terms of micro econ. I said this about Dredge as well. Like, I'm part of the hardcore part. So it does leave me wanting more. However, I want to understand that that's not the target audience. In this case, I am not the target audience for the micro econ. It's incredibly simplified, but it's already super efficient, is what I'm saying. So it's so efficient that I got to the end of the game where the micro econ didn't even reach its limitation. So by the end of the game, I did not reach the upper limit at all, not even close. Like, so I would say by the time I reached the end of the game, 50% of the micro econ is quote unquote wasted potential. As in, I had such an urgency to be efficient. The systems that they placed, like they developed, the pace that they developed was a lot more lenient than that. When you think of hardcore micro econ things, you think of time dependency. You're always maximizing, creating efficiency. That's not here. It's not in Dave the Diver. It actually, I would say it would arguably, when you're focused on here, it might break the timing. So, actually, I should put this over here. So what happens if you're seeking efficiency, it might break timing. And what I mean by this is, it will make the experience feel uneven. You're meant to be less efficient and leisurely. So, like the micro econ, time has to pass in the game. So near my last 2 sessions, I'm just passing the time. You just skip the time. You constantly skip the time because you've exhausted everything else. And that is usually a sign of casual targeting, not hardcore targeting. Hardcore targeting, you're always at like in hardcore timing, you're always at running out of time. But there's no urgency for that. You have all the time in the world in this game. So leisure, it offers leisure micro econ as is one of its major core elements. Like these are one of the core, this is one of the core elements. At your own pace. And even at your own pace, more leisurely, relatively speaking. You're not min-maxing. Like, no min-maxing. Stop trying to min-max. Enjoy the experience. Right? So that's what this game, one of the big things this game has to offer. The second one is, what would I describe it? I think the second biggest is the vignetting, the vignettes of pop culture, indie pop culture. So a lot of times when you think of indie pop culture, you don't typically think about military shooters. So like when we think about like topics, right? It's not military, not first person shooter, for example, not a battle royale. And then when you think of other pop cultures, like literal pop cultures and vignettes, like it's not MCU, right? Or dark fantasy. Maybe even throw in like horror survival. There are a lot of things it's not, which these are bigger. It's not a fighting game. I can't believe I'm actually saying that, but it's not a fighting game, right? But what it does offer is a lens into what indie a lot of indie inspired visuals, theme, like music. And this scene, we'll list some that are actually in the game, right? Anime, without a doubt. Anime, just anime. It's still kind of a indie pop culture, because you're either in it or you're not. It's often not really like a half glass half full and half glass empty kind of thing. So anime inspired, right on its shelf, right? It's championed by Duff the character, right? What is also an indie thing? Occupations. Like average occupations. Which fits, you know? Dave, Louise, who was the actress, right? Mountain climber like Django. Farmer like Otto, right? So if we were thinking about it, it's like farmer, acting, sushi chef, diver, musician or music artist. And then you go into even like sob stuff, or like I want to call this the cringe xenophobia stuff. So if you're a mainstream person, right? And what I mean by mainstream pop culture, I know how that sounds. So things that are very relevant. Generally, most of the stuff in Dave the Diver is going to be considered cringe due to xenophobia. And that's what is... But these cringe and xenophobia things are representative of indie pop culture, because they're sub-communities. And oftentimes, it's anime. Like Duff can be very cringe, because he clearly exude the waifu stuff, right? Light dancing, like light rod dancing. I forgot what they're called. Light stick dancing, right? Idol culture. And then you have Louise, right? Like kind of like snobby actress thing. This used to be a mainstream thing, but it's no longer. Like celebrities and whatnot now have like more of a political correctness and like an urgency to be very appealing and well behaved and whatnot. But when you start seeing these representations, these are more like subculture representations. Mountain climbing, I don't even think people know what mountain climbers, or like this is peak climbing, so that guy was climbing things like Mount Everest, right? That type of thing. Snow cap climbing, not the other type of mountain climbing, like side and things like Magnus kind of thing on YouTube. And then farming, right? Most of these are just, a lot of people don't care. The apathy is very strong and they can consider cringe, right? There's others, even more stuff like MAKU, right? A presentation of emotional young or youth trauma, but overcoming it, right? Overcoming it due to like encouragement, I suppose. Right? There's way more than this, but what you have to get used to is that these are vignettes of people's lives that are represented in small pop culture. I mean, in indie pop culture. So it might not be relatable. So if you're in the mainstream pop culture, someone who's in it might not be relatable. However, if you're like me, who's into indie pop culture, all of it is relatable. I mean, what's another cringe factor? Having content creators. That's an indie pop culture thing. Having content creators in it. So we're talking about like Dre, a personal person that I'm familiar with, like through a parasocial way, is Co, and then Raptor, right? Which I learned about these two at a later time, mainly because of my interest. So that still bleeds from cringe, and usually to me is xenophobia sometimes too. It's not in a bad way. I don't think xenophobia has to be like discriminatory or outwardly discriminatory. It's just very uncomfortable. Like, I don't understand why this guy Duff is having wet dreams about an idol who he wants to dance with light sticks, right? Or why everything's so bombastic, like Bancho taking sushi super seriously. One of the viral things about the Japanese culture is everything is super serious. If you step into a novelty sushi place, and I would put novelty in a quotations, it's about performance. And what I mean by performance is more entertainment. But really, it's a cultural thing. So when you see, like, if you spin your wheels and you see, oh, sushi's, this is how Japanese sushi chefs prepare something, it's going to be a display that's very much like Bancho. Right. So this type of culture, it can be either not relatable or it's very cringy. Dave is like 90% of indie pop culture. Honestly, I don't even know. I might even go like 100, but we'll say conservatively 90%. I can see some. It's harder. It's harder to think about what makes it mainstream, as in mainstream pop culture. The closest thing I can think of is like, there is some political correctness. So what I mean is there are some nods to like the John Watson character and the Sea Blue organization, right? This can be interpreted as like a low-key, funny, humorous joke, but also it's also serious, right? We talk about there was like your dolphin friend, environment, right? But then they became hypocritical, right? So there are some deep cuts here that deal with like mainstream mainstream concerns. Like an obvious one which didn't show up on Dave would be like climate change. That was not in it. But a lot of times it deals with like fishing. So the word I would use is sustainability. So there was a few nods to sustainability, but usually the way they framed it through like the use of John Watson and stuff is back to pop indie culture, right? John Watson is bombastic, and it's the closest thing I can think of because John Watson is military, and he's more of the pop indie military, like over the top, power suited, you know, clandestine, secret operative, which effectively it is a trope. And I think a lot of the trope in indie culture right now is of Asian origin. So when you think of the portrayal of John Watson and his military power armor and intrigue, but also hypocritical, that's actually playing on more of an Eastern pop imagery of Western politics. What does that do though? It can lead to cringe, right? So you have to be very, very familiar with the pop culture. It's funny, it's humorous, it's overrepresented, and it's used as a vehicle for indie games. A lot of indie games. What is the current title when it comes to John Watson? Well, Brotato is a great example, right? Shout outs to those devs, right? Lots of indie games when it comes to side scrolling bullet games, right? So these are like the 2D light platforming, shooting left to right. All of them uses John Watson's type of portrayal. And that's how the boss battles are done. So in Dave the Diver, all the boss battles are represented in the days of like Metal Slug, Mega Man, where the boss has a giant splash screen. It deals with a specific gimmick, right? And not to mention gimmicks. So gimmicks are a telltale sign that they are targeting a casual seeker, especially a casual indie seeker. Because gimmicks, in my opinion, the word gimmick is the mainstream word. It is a mainstream word that's often negative. It's a gimmick because in a mainstream world, you're kind of looking for a hardcore seeker. And the hardcore seeker defines a gimmick as a knowledge check, right? As a knowledge check, and is a one and done. And it's considered easy or cheesy, right? But the thing is, when it comes to casual indie seekers, if you use this perspective of a hardcore seeker, you're going to feel like the entire game is a gimmick. Because what Dave the Diver does well, incredibly well, is to integrate every single scene, all the vignettes, all the pop culture, all the micro econ, all the mechanics, right? The vignette is the biggest one because every vignette is tied to a mechanic with a gimmick. And oftentimes when you're thinking about a hardcore seeker, a gimmick is one and done, fleeting, meta, specialized meta, right? Actually, that's redundant. It's a meta, right? It's a meta. It's a trick. It only comes up once in a while. It may only come up once, and therefore it's not consistent and essential to success. And when you're thinking about a hardcore seeker, it deals with repetitious hard work, I suppose, hard work, or iterative design, iterative refinement, right? Dave is not that. Dave the Diver appeals to the casual seeker because it captures lots of vignettes of indie pop culture. Simultaneously, all those vignettes and pop cultures have a relevant mechanic to them, and those mechanics rarely ever overstay their welcome. It's to the point where you don't even have the opportunity to rest on repetition or iterative design. The core mechanic that I highlighted, the micro economy, is one of its core mechanics that you can undergo a bit of refinement. And that's where that whole, if you're being really efficient, you don't really cap out too quickly. The other loop is the fishing loop, right? The diving loop is the other one. And to me, the micro econ actually has quite a lot of depth, and the diving has quite a lot of depth, right? Relatively speaking, with everything else. However, 80%, while the diving and the micro econ takes up the vast majority of the actual runtime, what defines Dave the Diver is everything else, which is basically one very, very large gimmick to a hardcore seeker. You cannot rest on a single thing, and you only see it once. And you think about all those things. They're not inundated through repetition. Like, what's the trade-off for a casual seeker if they're seeking, if they have a game like this? Well, it's repetitious, so it becomes insignificant over time. It gets old, right? Diminished returns. So the strength of Dave the Diver's design is that you don't know what's happening next. I mean, you can say things generally like, oh, you know, Dave is gonna do something underwater or find another way to make money or something like that. Very general. But you have no idea what's coming next. It's a constant page turner. From beginning to end, and even if you treat the core mechanics, like if you be a little less efficient with diving and a little less efficient with the micro econ, you might actually get to the end and never feel like you've ever hit anything the same. It's just constant. Like, oh hey, you picked a recipe. If you focus on that recipe like I did, right? Like, I'm a min-maxer. Like, I like efficiency. I'm a hardcore seeker, so I like specializing in dishes or maximizing. You'll never get to the end. Like, it will be very, very astronomically improbable that you'll get all the recipes and like have all the recipes maxed and know the nuances and descriptions of all the recipes. There's just too much of everything. And it just keeps going. The list just keeps going. Like, at the moment of this candid conclusion, I have over 15 recipes and all of Django's recipes, whatever they are. Like, not even close. And the whole diving thing, I didn't collect everything. I mean, I got close to collecting an instance and unique of everything, I didn't hoard my way to a perfect ratio of how to get. It's not necessary. The game doesn't make you do that. It's such a low. Everyone's playthrough is inherently consistent with the gimmicks, but the two core mechanics are what perpetuates the progress. However, it's, in my opinion, just an underlying foundation for gimmicks to happen, for set pieces to happen. Like, I've forgotten, there's so much in Dave the Diver that are one-offs. Until I see it again, I can't have the, oh yeah, that's right, this happened. Like, Dr. Bacon was in a speedboat chase with pirates. That just came to my mind, talking about things that I might forget. I brought up Dolphin, right? That is in the very beginning of the game. Now, you don't see that dolphin again after like 3 encounters with the dolphin. It's gone. And I always refer back to Duff because every character has something related to them that only occurs once. Maybe twice if you're lucky. It's hard to... It's not necessarily hard to form attachments because the supporting characters, there are so many of them, but since they're all uniquely... This is a mainstream indie game, so all of them are the highest quality streamlined version of their tropes. So Duff is unforgettable because he doesn't overlap with any of the other characters. Every single character is a trope. And a trope is a gimmick. You don't go any more depth than that. It's already summarizing as efficiently as possible what that trope is. Maki is an orphan kid who overcomes her grief because you found something that gave her closure. That's it. That's done. And forever ingrained, when you see Maki the character, you'll think of that. It's such a vignette. Like, it's the gimmick. You're not looking for a what I mentioned about the hardcore seeker. You're not looking for depth and growth of your character with maybe 1 or 2 supporting characters that has like a tier tree that is 36 tiers long with their own supporting. No, you're seeing the spice of life. You're a casual seeker. You're looking at all that. And what they done here in Dave the Diver is offer it in the most leanest package ever. All the one-offs are incredibly brilliant. I don't think there's one that missed. It's right on the nail. So this is the truest form. Is like quantity over quality was the focus. Now here's the thing. I'm not talking about 0 and 1. I'm talking about they focused on quantity while trying to maintain as high of a quality as possible. And they nailed it. It's sufficient quality. In fact, I might argue it's almost better than just sufficient. But there's so much variety. It's incredible variety. It's such a feat to be able to maintain a specific amount of quality while legitimately just having a focus on quantity. And it's a checklist. So I can't name all of these things because they have so many. Like farming, acting, sushi, diving, there's chicken, there's like livestock. Well, not livestock, sorry. Egg farming, right? I'm surprised it didn't have livestock and doing the whole surf and turf thing, right? That could have been a thing. We have the dine and dash stuff, the food prep, like the literal food prep stuff in the Bancho chef thing. There's also like flashbacks, VN designs, so visual novel nods, right? Puzzles, all the puzzles, like so many of the puzzles, even the dual puzzles that was out from left field, right? I wasn't expecting, and turns out I did a little bit of digging. The developer for Brothers, A Tale of Two Sons, that person actually went on to work in the same dev group that made A Way Out and It Takes Two. So they did that. They did that type of puzzling. They did the classic like switch puzzles, light puzzles, like light, not like not heavy, but light as in visible light puzzles. Catapults. It's like going through all the mobile games, any mobile game mechanic that was nice. And it's not a big stretch because Nexon, like other big corporations, publishers, I would reckon most of their large majority of their revenue and production costs is dedicated to mobile games, because mobile games are incredibly lucrative. They're for the casual seekers. And this is where it kind of hurts Dave the Diver in my perspective, for me specifically, is because I do identify as an indie gamer, right? And it doesn't hurt that much, like not even close. But as an indie gamer, I'll explain that in the next thing, right? My personal experience. As an indie gamer, I've played a lot of indie games where, generally speaking, they're hardcore. They full send on their foundations, and they lean onto that foundations and continue to push the standards of that foundation. If you're making a deck builder, you have to meet an increasingly growing list of gold standards to even barely break into the pop indie deck building scene. And then puzzlers are the same, right? So while they're doing that, MINTROCKET, as probably a part of a corporation that focuses on mobile games tend to give you that really quick, tight, lean package. Like, what's a $1 game that does It Takes Two, or my personal, it would be Brothers, A Tale of Two Sons, really well for like 50 cents or $1. That sequence in Dave the Diver, that's probably enough in my opinion. Like that, like multiplied by like 10 levels, that's a $1 game that does it really, really well. So that's kind of the thing. What do you get at the time of this review? Dave the Diver is MSRP 20 USDs. Do you have 20 games that can occupy you, 20 modes that can occupy you for like an hour? That's actually being generous. I think being conservative, saying you get 1 hour per $1 is kind of generous. Like, what I mean is, it's asking for quite a lot of a developer these days. Way more than that. This is way more than 20. I can't even name the 20 at the moment, but I can guarantee you there are more than 20 subsystems in this game. There are more than 20 one-offs that anyone, in my opinion, would place more than a 50 cent or $1 quality in its execution. I'm actually shocked there isn't a TCG or a CCG in this game. I'm gonna hold my breath. There's always a chance that a DLC will include a deck building nod, or like a random roguelike attachment where Dave has to bootstrap through collecting power-ups and going through a session of diving, like a back-to-back session of diving. It can be possible. Like, you can have a boss mode where there are enough bosses in this game with their mechanics, you can add on top modular changes to those bosses, and all you do is have Dave run through those bosses with varying power-ups. That could be a thing. I wouldn't put it past MINTROCKET, right? Although those systems require a lot more standards. So they're trying their best to pick just enough. So micro econ needed more development, and diving needed more development because it's picking a specific part of the indie scene that is incredibly well developed. Like micro econ is an incredibly well developed part of the indie scene. There's so many micro econ games. And then for the diving, the left and right perspective things, let's just name a few. Dead Cell, any of the Metrovania games, right? Those fundamentals, there are fundamental expectations of control and how responsive things are, and like targets and whatnot. Like even standard platformers, right? 2D platformers. There's a lot of standardization, and they still pulled it off, in my opinion. I think the fishing thing, the diving thing it's not particularly weak. It's just relatively weak to everything else the game does well. Like all the tropes, the cutscenes, I can't even begin to think about the cutscenes. That is such an indie thing, in my opinion. The cutscenes are brimming with personality. It's not upholding, like, it relies on charm and absurdity and exoteric knowledge over making sense. And mainstream, in my opinion, operates on making sense. Things have to feel cohesive. They have to feel like they belong together. So if you have a dark fantasy moment, it's not contrast by sunshine and rainbows all of a sudden. That's not what Dave the Diver is. Dave the Diver can hit on really, really tough moments, but then they would just immediately contrast by something else. It's a potpourri. Sometimes you smell something that makes you feel happy. Sometimes it makes you... Generally speaking, though, I would say MINTROCKET tries to stay on the positive side. It's just most of the positive side are meta. They're incredibly meta versions of being happy. Like when you look at Duff, if you're a mainstream person, you probably see a overzealous, passionate shut-in. That's just a cold, unfortunate reality, right? Or you could see a representation of how a lot of people see themselves, but they also see the earnest, passionate, and endearing qualities of being so enamored by this microculture that deals with, you know, idol culture and anime. It can be very off-putting. So highlighting these things is what I would focus on. So if you fit and you like micro econ, you like diving, like 2D interactions games without the hard punish, this is what Dave the Diver has to offer. And if you like vignette and you're really into indie pop culture, and those indie pop cultures all have gimmicky mechanics associated with them, then you're in the right place. Dave the Diver will be not just a 10 out of 10, it's like a 15 out of 10 if you meet all of us. I use both of these perspectives is because I'm a mix of both of these. So there are things that I wouldn't go straight to saying it's a 15 out of 10, right? It's still a very, very great game. Just, I do have that semblance of, man, you know, it would be awesome if all these subsystems had more depth, but it would take away, it would weigh down how approachable this game is for anyone else. So if I wanted the sushi thing to be far more sweaty, if any of these components become sweatier, right, it will limit its quote-unquote mainstream appeal. So this game, to me, is a resounding success because of one thing. And now I'm gonna transition to my personal take on this, like my personal feelings, right? So this is my section. Personal feelings. I don't really want to call it feelings, but my personal feelings. What does this game offer to me that makes me really happy about that a game like this exists? I can recommend this to anyone who is not familiar with 2023 indie scene. Hands down. No contest. This game, when someone asks me, hey, you know, I'm kind of hardcore, man. Like, you meet someone, I'm kind of hardcore, I'm kind of competitive. But MAKU, I just want to chill. And I want to know what other types of games are out there. Like, I'm tired of playing the same thing. Not really the same thing, but I'm tired of practicing the similar things, right? The similar game types. And this person's like, well, what is the indie scene like? Like, are there, how do I get in and sample the indie scene? Dave the Diver. It's such an easy recommendation. It's so easy. And again, the irony here is that it is a mainstream studio that did their research. They understand the indie feel. Oftentimes to like a hardcore seeker, right? It would be hardcore seekers would be kind of confused if they end up liking Dave the Diver. Is like, how does this work? How does this work together? Like, I'd be surprised that it does. I'm going to be honest, it's not a surprise to me. This is the indie scene. If you collectively smash all the indie stuff together successfully, it'll feel like it goes together. I mean, for better or for worse, I suppose. And this is it. Like, this game is so my personal feelings about this is that one of my favorite stick out things is it's so easy to recommend to anyone who's even remotely not familiar but interested. It's a similar thing that I talked about Dredge, although it's even stronger for Dave the Diver, where like if you're someone who has no idea what the 2023 indie scene is like, but you're interested, maybe it's because of fatigue. A lot of times it's because of mental fatigue. Escapism is not working out anymore. Like, escapism is becoming mundane. Coping is not sufficient, and you need some variety, right? It's this game. It's Dave the Diver. It's, in my opinion, here's a hot take, right? There are so many games, in my opinion, so many indie games that has done Dave the Diver. In spirit. However, they were not in 2023. Now, what does that mean? I'm kind of alluding to it here. Mental fatigue to whatever that's mainstream now, PvP, competitive games, have been accumulating for a really long time now. That generation, they're getting into their 20s, right? And after a long time of competing, like myself, when I was young, I love competition. I always thought bootstrapping, working hard, that's the way, right? But they're getting older, and it's been hyper competitive in the mainstream. It's PvP all the time. Like, if you think about what consumes 60 to 70%, even 80 and maybe 95% of Twitch viewership, for example, as well. It's something that deals with the mainstream mentality of competitiveness. It's about performing and executing in video games that are hardcore. And what I mean by hardcore is they're execution based. So how does this relate? Well, there are a lot of games for a really long time. I love those games, by the way. There are so many of them. That's why I like the indie scene. There are so many games that did a take on Dave the Diver. Like, the foundations of Dave the Diver, in my opinion, through MINTROCKET's really clever, well-researched, I think whoever was doing what to include and stuff, there were so many foundations and inspirations that came from all the games that preceded Dave the Diver, and they were able to faithfully and respectfully represent it in like 10 minutes in the game, and then you just keep on stacking more and more 10 minutes. They took the really lean, most fine-tuned representation of those many games, and they brought it all into one place in 2023, when there's a height of mental exhaustion from the mainstream emphasis on PvP and competitive play. The reason why I mentioned this is because my hot take is that Dave the Diver would have been an excellent indie game. And what I mean is indie feel game, right? However, it's 2023. And because of all of this, it is an even greater indie game. Because what it did, in my opinion, is the greatest thing, which you can recommend this game, because this game is capturing everything that is not mainstream, but trying very hard, and successfully, if I might ask, to be mainstream. So they took all the indie foundations and made it as appealing as possible to the mainstream. What that does is it capitalizes on this increased fatigue. And this is after the fact. I didn't think this was the hypothesis. I had my suspicions, as in a lot of times when you think about how the creative process works, and then how humans as a society goes through phases. Once a phase lasts long enough, there's mental exhaustion. Like, it becomes mundane, it becomes too mainstream. Like, everything reflects that. And then we go through a cycle of transition, which it goes to the next trend and the next trend. And this scene has been around for a while now, this PvP hyper competitive draw, right? So naturally over time, as more Dave the Divers come out, right? Not just MINTROCKET, other games that choose variety and stuff, they have become, in my opinion, increasingly successful in their reach, because there's a natural transition point right now on finding out what the next best thing is. So like the next attractive thing is. It's not necessarily just BRs and competitive shooters. And to me, that's what's brilliant about this. This game has all the wonderful, well-executed indie foundations and wonderful foresight into the current landscape of their target audience. To me, I would love to hear from the developers and the publishers on what their take was on the timing of this game. Like, why now make a crazy mainstream game but with indie concepts? As a business person, like someone who's thinking about the bigger picture and stuff, this is a great time to do that. And if you do it well, you knock it out of the park. You're guaranteed to get your target audience, right? You're guaranteed to have your target casual indie seeker. But what's crazy about this time is that the hardcore seekers include, right? Hardcore seekers include mainstream and people like myself, like me, right? It's not drawn to proportion. Sorry. Like, I'm terrible with scales. But what has happened is some of these mainstream people have become casual seekers too, due to the fatigue. And so am I, actually. So this game worked so well in its scope because even as a person who likes indies, like hardcore indies, sometimes indie games have become so refined and so classical that it is tough to get to that level sometimes. Like the last game that I played with full vigor but still feel like I've fallen off was Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight is an indie game that is incredible. It's absolutely incredible. It's everything that and anything that deals with Metroidvania, in my opinion. And when I think of Silksong, right? Shout out to those developers. It's gonna take me a while to get back into that. And even my love for deck building, like my huge love for deck building, I still reach a point of exhaustion at times, right? Because I'm human. It's part of the human condition. That after Slay the Spire and Monster Train, it took a while to get back. And then Across the Obelisk came along, right? And then there's periods. So what do you do during those periods? You play Dave the Diver, right? So the timing was beautiful, in my opinion, for this game, or games like this. I would not be surprised, in my opinion, this is the irony, this is the ironic part, right? If this becomes popular, this archetype, I don't even know what to call it right now, what this archetype is. I want to call it the vignette game. They just call it the vignette, or like the, I don't want to use the word variety, because variety is not descriptive, but the variety game genre. And what I mean by that is it's not the same as saying, I'm sure those indie content creators will say like, oh, I'm an indie variety game content creator, and they're talking about individual games. I'm talking about within the games, as in games that are legitimately designed to be unfocused. like non-focused to a hardcore seeker. Deliberately meant to be a collage of microsystems, and those microsystems interact in a way that marries them together. One of the biggest criticisms, for example, like for the two games that I read about, which I both played, Dave the Diver and Dredge, is that when someone, a hardcore seeker, says things like, "Oh, I don't get it. Why do people tell me that the indie scene is still good?" Or like, why is this a good game? It's and then they cheapen it by saying like, this is just a collection of mini games put together. All right, and you know my first thought, right? Cue the 5-hour digression contrasting the difference between a specialist mindset versus a generalist. And yes, I can probably defend the specialist mindset very easily. I've been through that in my life, like 15 to 18 years of my life. 15 to 18 years of my life, it was a specialist mentality. My life is built on 2 or 3 things I do incredibly well. They have all the elements, the complexity, and the over-exhaustion and hard work of refinement. Then came the crash. And the crash is due to how the diminished return kicked in so hard. It's a WarioWare story, true. It's a WarioWare story. Yeah, WarioWare, there were so many other games back in the old times, right? Of Nintendo and like the glory days of mini games that this is bringing back, because now the whole hyper focus on competitive play and stuff is wearing thin again. And humans have a balance of this. It's not about why should Dave the Diver exist, is the Dave the Diver exists with CSGO and all the other, or actually only CS2 because CSGO is no longer there. Like your Tarkovs and stuff. You have both. And sometimes you need Dave the Diver. Sometimes you want to play your competitive, the finals, right? Shout outs to that. They're doing very well, like the developers of the finals, which actually the finals is another Nexon game. I'm pretty sure the publishers of the finals is a Nexon corporation group. Hold up. Let me double check. That's such a coincidence. Well, it's not really a coincidence. I kind of already knew that. Pretty sure it's Nexon. Like Embark Studios. Who's the publisher? Yeah, it's a Nexon subsidiary. So it's the same as MINTROCKET, by the way. Embark Studios is listed as self-publishing the finals, but Embark Studios is a subsidiary of Nexon, just like MINTROCKET is a subsidiary of Nexon. So Nexon knows quite a bit on how to get their groups to do the research and lean in on these things. So let's go back to this. What can I say to those people? Well, it looks like, in my opinion, to be fair to that hardcore seeker, to the many hardcore seekers. If you believe a game like Dave the Diver has no merit because it's a collection of quote-unquote superficial takes put together, that suggests to me that whatever you're doing now is sufficient. It makes you happy. You play your, your FromSoft games that for the umpteenth time that has 5 different iterations and refinements of that game. Play your PUBG or something that's been refined for a really long time. That's great, right? Wait for the moment when those things have diminished return and play Dave the Diver again. When you need something that is not so serious, not too many depths, and then can see how difficult or the other merit of relating all these things together. Because I'm gonna argue with you that someone who can do that and even see the appeal of Dave the Diver understands what it's like to be great at the game of life. And that's usually where I cue the 5-hour digression on how, if you're a person who believes you have a skill that is incredibly great, is very marketable, but your life feels like black and white and void of color, that's what the 5-hour digression about. If you cannot appreciate something like Dave the Diver, you have to ask yourself, what is your life made of? Your life is not made of 2 or 3 specialized skills. I mean, you could try. All the power to you if you make it work. Generally speaking, a healthy human being is a collage of multiple skills, multiple vignettes, things you don't like, things you do like, all blend into one, finding meaning and putting them together. So as a person who personally feels like, and this is to wrap up my section so that we can go into the rating portion, right? Dave, this game, Dave the Diver, panders to not just me, right? But to older, experienced, balanced adults. So if you're a person who thinks, in my opinion, that this game is not good, it's just a mixed bag of a lot of things that aren't even worth your time because you can't distinguish between a well-executed game, like a really efficient take on a lot of things, then it's not for you yet. You're not there. You're not there in your lifetime. Like, you're not there in your experience. This is why this is largely the difference between a casual versus a hardcore. If you are brimming with energy and you're super happy and you're like on cloud 9, you bet you're gonna feel hardcore because you want to use that energy to make yourself better in your own way, like grueling and stuff. When that time comes, when you are exhausted and burning out and just needing to chill and vibe, the last thing you want to do is bootstrap through your hardcore lifestyle and think you can chill more. The idea is to find and develop skills to approach a casual lifestyle. That casual lifestyle offsets your hardcore lifestyle. So if I have a lot of personal experience now over these years, talking to a lot of people, that I am often on this side of things. I am often talking about this type of advice. Many of the kids of today are becoming adults now, and that fatigue has been accumulated by this hyper attentive to being hardcore. Like, if you put in a lot of effort, it'll pay out. there's another form of effort. It's very hard to understand things that you're not used to. So if that hardcore seeker is perfectly happy thinking that it's not a big deal when a developer and a publisher is able to encapsulate a gigantic genre, right? An incredible... If someone asked me, hey, can you make a game right now and guarantee that it'll be successful by taking all the best parts of an entire subgenre of games that don't agree with each other and make it work? That's scary. I think, to me, Dave the Diver represents something that is so indie. Only a corporation like Nexon would be willing to take a gamble and put the money front to fund this game. Like if you're asking an indie group, right? Say I'm an indie group, I would pick the thing that I'm good at or the thing that inspires me, and I would build a foundation and game around that. That's still the same type of like machine working and thinking that makes eventually those games become mainstream. You iterate on things you are very good at foundationally. You don't necessarily have the resources or the time or even the backer to say, hey, you know what? Give me a lot of money. Give me all the manpower. I'll get every one of those people to do a 20-minute bit in this game, and me as a director or the writer or like the collective brain people will put it all together, and somehow it'll all come together. That is ridiculous. So when someone says this is just a collection of mini games put together, that is exactly the point. You try that as someone, and that's why I'm bold enough to say this guy's a hardcore seeker. Because their world is so small, and it's small and happy. It's a happy world for now, until the problem and the solution exists outside of that world. Then you need to expand your world to take in on a bigger perspective, for better or for worse. That person could be an incredibly like top 10 CS2 player. I have no idea. Probably like someone who is seeking the highest performance of his life. That's great. Trivializing something that over 90% of people, 95% of people, and even the bigger audience find satisfactory, incredibly worth of accolades. You are the one that's living in the small world, not the rest of the world. Sometimes reality is not necessary for happiness. It doesn't change the fact that this person is ignorant, right? They don't need it to be happy, but they certainly aren't correct or accurate. And maybe one day they'll come back and say, you know what? You know, I'm going to say this person's like in their 20s or something. Or they could be in their like 60s or 70s where they only played games of certain things. But 60s and 70s kind of pushing it, because gaming back then in the 60s and 70s are actually kind of close to Dave the Diver. So we're going to say 20s. I rule out the other extreme men. So in their 20s, maybe one day they'll come back and think in their 30s like, yeah, this is a great break. Dave the Diver is a great break from all of that. Like, here's a personal hot take for me. I still have shout outs to the developers of this game and all the drama and whatnot, I suppose. I still have Disco Elysium. Oxygen not included. And Dead Cell. Like, sitting there. Just sitting there. Now let's just think about it for a moment. All three of these are indie games, okay? They're actually gold standards in their sub pop indie culture. Like in their sphere, they are legitimately considered gold standards with a long supporting. They're still being supported, except for Disco Elysium. That's kind of a anomaly here. But for that last comment, but my thought is, these games go hard, like really, really hard on their concepts, their core elements. And I need to be in a state of mind, in a state of emotions to approach these games. That is my feeling about Dave the Diver. Whatever your feelings are, if you need to chill from anything, play Dave the Diver. Just play it. I hope other games, the subgenre of casual games is fairly big. Like if you go on Steam and you use the tag casual, there are quite a lot. But even those, a lot of the other ones deal with very specific things, which Dave the Diver captures. They're often micro-econ games, right? But they're micro-econ games without the sweat of like Factorial or 2 Point Hospital or a tycoon game, you know, like the Planet Coaster. There's no urgency, right? However, it's kind of just stuck in those things, like Stardew Valley, like farming, casual sim games, right? Dave the Diver went beyond that. It not only used those elements, those two loops, everything else is like a potpourri. It's like going to a movie and only seeing YouTube shorts. I think that's a great example. Like that's what I'm gonna say now, right? 2023, we have doom scrolling, right? Doom scrolling. To me, Dave the Diver is, it is a really hot take, is basically a TikTok or shorts reel of indie games. That's just it. And sometimes you need that. Like, you're not looking for, like, I mean, I don't even have to speak for this. This is my life. I literally live this life. I am a long format person. I don't talk in like 1 minute burst of ideas. That's why, to me, I'm not completely on board with Dave the Diver. Like, it takes me a little bit. Emotionally and intellectually, I need to break away from my long format stuff. I literally live this. I'm a long format, and how popular is long format? Not really anymore. For now. It's trending back to long format. Like, short format is leaning into long format again. And what is this? What is the difference between long and short format? Casual versus hardcore. I take my topics very seriously, like all the time, because this is what I do, right? I talk about these things for a very long time. It doesn't seem like it ever has an end. But people are exhausted, really. And the hustle culture is taking hold really, really strongly. And I'm actually in this area where I fight against the hustle culture. Like, intellectually, I am antagonistic against the hustle culture right now. And obviously, it doesn't reward me with anything and whatnot. So along comes Dave the Diver as the TikTok short reel of indie games. Now we got to be wary of this, right? So how does this fit into my mentality? For me, this game represents as a taste of indie games on which you can advertise and get people to discover what type of indie game they like. Why is this so effective, in my opinion? This is exposure therapy. So if I had to pick, you know, a laundry list of games for people to explore, right? Like, hey man, I'm bored. Also, by the way, when I use the word B word, the bored, that's a 10-hour digression right there that we're not going to go into. I'm bored. Can you help me find something interesting? Right? Generally speaking, the most time-tested, reliable way is exposure therapy. Play Dave the Diver, my man. My friend. Just play Dave the Diver. Find out what works, what doesn't. I take that information and recommend games. You like microecon? And you like managing people? I don't know. Try RimWorld. As a persistent community, it's lots of people play it, right? And so on. Try that. You like doing the side-scrolling, like platforming, fighting bosses? Try Dead Cell. Unfortunately, my personal favorite is not in there, which is the roguelike deck builder. That's not in it. Maybe one day. That's my take on Dave the Diver, personally. Okay? And of course, that brings us to the very last part. And that is the rating portion. As per usual, we have the Casual Seeker, the Hardcore, and myself. Again, I want to remind everyone that I chose this game, right? I bought this game. Therefore, to understand my point of view, I always recommend games that I bought and choose to play. It's not because I think they're great beforehand. I buy them because they're relevant to a bigger audience. And because of that, they are significant. And I find that significance. And generally that's why I recommend them. There are other pragmatic things that filter in. The secondary thing is time, right? Time, money. Really big deep cut is time, because I'm a long format person. So it would be impractical for me to just pick up anything. It would have to be a strong significance in order to recommend. Because generally strong significance gives me learning opportunities. In the future, it might not be the same. Only one time has it ever happened, and I still haven't done a closing conclusion for it yet. I don't get solicited for games. Or anything, rather. Anything at all. I haven't ever been solicited, with one exception. It may not be the same in the future. I don't get solicited for games or anything I did not voluntarily select it. So, contrary to a lot of other people who may have jobs, right? And those jobs obligate them to do something. This is not my job. So the things, the content, the stuff that I make will always be significant and recommended, because that is my intended purpose. If your intended purpose is to buy the worst games, or like the games that you hate the most and then rant about how you hate the most, then it's predetermined and pre-selected that you would hate those games. Nocebo effect and all. For me, it's a placebo effect. If I am choosing for myself and I'm spending the money for myself and I'm trying to use it as a learning experience, no matter what, it's going to be inherently significant. That is the challenge that I place myself. It may be different in the future, and I'll make it clear that I'm being solicited for something. The last time I was solicited for something, I was sitting in a office having a lab meeting, and I'm critiquing and peer reviewing someone else's work. They could be doing anything, and I'm critiquing it. So I have no forethought or pre-knowledge of what the product is going to be like or what they're suggesting. In this case, I knew what I was buying. I knew a lot of things. So as a person of this character, regardless of what these, I say this because it's regardless of what these numbers are, it is a mental exercise of balancing pre-selection, which is personal bias, right? Personal bias. I love the things I choose to do. Always. That is what makes my life incredibly happy. Like, it is sustainable because I find significance in all the times I spent. So, this is my personal bias. It's the pre-selection. If I have a choice, I don't choose to use my time not liking the things I'm doing in the end. I can be very angry and like upset while I'm doing the thing, but at the end of the day, it's always significant because I intentionally have chosen to do this, right? If someone's coming for me to help, that's a different story. It can go south, it can get worse. Those are things I don't have control over. But playing Dave the Diver is habitually 100% my intent. So it's always going to be recommended, just to give people an idea. These scores are a mental exercise of balancing my pre-selection with other perspectives. So other perspectives. And since I don't have friends, sorry, low key, I don't have friends who also like to do this. Right? So I do have friends. I just don't have friends who like to do this. What I do is I peer review the next best thing, which is with myself. So I challenge myself to read other people's perspectives, like the casual seeker and the hardcore seeker, to balance out my preconceived notions. So I can tell you now that in the future, if you ever see this portion, if you ever get to the end of this long format video that's incredibly long, and you get to the review, the rating portion, no matter what the score is, I'm going to recommend the game. The idea of this exercise is how I'm going to use the game to recommend to people. Who do I recommend this game to? How can I use this game as a way to encourage other people or challenge other people? And what do I see and can take from this game for the future, for myself? Playing these games help me determine how I can help someone. So if I understand myself and I challenge myself what a casual seeker is and a hardcore seeker is, and so on, when I talk to someone, I will be able, practicing these things, be able to describe what this game is and how it might be appropriate for the person I'm talking to or inappropriate. So when someone's really angry that this game sucks, I can at least explain and come up with ideas that might help them realize why it sucks or why it's not for them, that kind of thing. So I know my biases, and I challenge myself every day to think outside my biases because it's fun. It's an intellectual thing. How do you keep improving and finding significance in everything? You stop resting on what you know and constantly challenge on what you don't know, right? Because if there's anyone who's a great imposter, it's myself. If you can't relate to this, this is it. The imposter syndrome. Why can't I talk to myself for 5 to 6 hours about a game that I already spent 50 to 60 hours playing? It's because I am always combating imposter syndrome. I feel that I am constantly not knowing enough. Like, I don't think my opinions and stuff are comprehensive enough. And this is what I do. Just as a disclaimer. It'll get a little better at explaining over time, I'm sure. Maybe I'll be a little bit more concise here. So, for the rating portion, it's going to be a number. And that number is... This isn't even a hot take. That number represents so many things. So many different things and perspectives to so many people that this is easily one of the most uncomfortable things as a person like myself would ever have to do. So after 2.5 hours of expounding upon just one little thing, a few little things of Dave the Diver, this is the hardest part. Like, if you're a journalist and you're like a contemporary gaming journalist, you have a job, and that job presses this kind of like summary and hustle to it. When you're voluntarily given this, like myself, like I don't have a job, right? This isn't my job, and I don't have a job that forces me to do these anymore. It is impossibly, it's so dissatisfying. It's impossibly achievable to feel great about using a singular number to represent the depth and complexity of your own experience and knowledge. However, this does not stop anyone from using that number, interpreting what it means, without going through like 3.5 hours of video. Big disclaimer, okay? So for the casual seeker, without a doubt, it's a 10 plus out of 10. Like a 10 plus out of 10. Why? It's the casual of the casual done well. It's hundreds of mobile games done well. It is exceedingly greater than 20 USDs of value. It's pandering. They broke down casual. This is the formula. Like, if there is a casual formula, this is it. And I would not be surprised to see a mainstream version of Dave the Diver. And if it isn't MINTROCKET, it's someone else. It's not the first one. I have to iterate, I have to emphasize that. It's not the first game to do this. I love these games, these types of games. It's not the first one. I mean, here's a left field shout out. My time in Porsche devs, who also now made Sandrock. I expect, much like these devs who have my time in Porsche and my time in Sandrock, Dave the Diver will become Adam the Astronaut in the future. Like, there will be an Adam the Astronaut, or I don't know, Sally or Susan the Scientist, something like that. This is iteratively successful in a way that is incredibly, I mean, low-key, it's like a Dragon 8. I will be talking about Dave the Diver after playing Like a Dragon 8 for like 500 hours. I'm gonna estimate it's probably a 500-hour game. Yeah, conservatively, I would say 300 hours. Like a Dragon 8 is gonna be 300 hours, something like that. This is it. This is the half price, very efficient indie version of that. And it's gonna come back. We're gonna talk about Dave the Diver again, because Like a Dragon 8 is in less than 2 weeks. It is 11 days away. And I'm all in. $110. All in. All the little things, all the soundtracks, all the music, I want it all. Like, because this genre of game is about the life of the game. It's about the life of a person. A person is not just the main character. It's everything you do. When you're going diving, it's not just diving. If you're going to play a video game well, it's also about your fitness, your life, your sleeping, your time management. All of that feeds into your specialty. Dave the Diver represents that. It resonates with older people. That's a hot take, but I'm pretty sure the median age for Dave the Diver is older. It's for people who grew up with smaller games, who had to manage time, who are adults now, because their life is made of these moments. You have to go eat. You have to go to the grocery store. When you dive, you also need to buy the tools. You need to get someone to work on your gear. You have to connect and network with a lot of people to make your business go. The business is not just content creation. Like, for example, content creation is not just sitting here live streaming and recording it and then expecting it to go up. It is everything else. It is writing, prepping, practicing public relations, public speaking, all of that. Getting a good night's sleep, taking care of your health, making sure you don't burn out, having friends, socializing, being in good terms with your parents. All of this stuff is still juggling education while doing this, all of that. Dave the Diver is a snapshot of that. This is what makes this genre of game so appealing to me, because it is a video game version of trying to emphasize time management while having one of the greatest things about life skills. Take it at your own pace. Your journey is different. A video game prescribes a path. Now, if you take it and apply it to your own life, it can be different. It's a different Dave the Diver. It's your name and your career. X person, the content creator. That's what a video game is trying to demonstrate. Your life is not just 90% content creation, like the literal recording part. It's everything else too. In fact, you probably spend most of the time doing a lot of things you don't get used to. So if you're now, I'm saying, a hardcore seeker who thinks it should be one focused, complex task, like, I don't know, a FromSoft game, and then everything else built around that one core thing, then hopefully your life is balanced and have a lot of other things in it. Because if your mentality is believing that things should revolve around this, it's not sustainable. When it comes to life, obviously, life skills, it's totally sustainable if you have life skills that are different from how you seek video games. Fair enough. So for a hardcore seeker, and I mean even sweaty indie seekers, I'm gonna say this game is a 6 out of 10. It might actually even be lower, like 5 to 6 out of 10. And what I mean by this is, when someone sees, oh yeah, farming, right? Say it's a hardcore seeker of farming games. You start this game, it's like, it's not deep enough. All that other stuff is just distracting. It's like, I don't like half that other game. I just want more farming. Why is auto just a small part of it? I got misled by what Dave the Diver is. Or like, you see Dave the Diver, it's like, oh yeah, it's about fishing and like catching different fish, maybe having different fishing equipment and stuff like that. It's like, no, like it has some of that. It's just not going to be deep enough for you. Like, you want a specific thing. That's all you want. So everything else become irrelevant. So this is the duality of this game design. It is a smash success towards a target audience, which means that what it doesn't target is a no-go. It's an average product. And 5 to 6 is average for me. I'm saying like half the people might actually find something. So like, if someone says like, oh yeah, I really love Terraria. Is Dave the Diver like Terraria? Well, kind of. Just the one portion though. Just the small loop cycle where you're exploring new biomes and collecting new things. That's it. It's like, oh, but I really love Game Freaks' unapologetic bootstrapping of Pokemon. Like, is capturing fish like that? It's like, kind of, but it only makes up a small portion of it. It's not deep enough to have evolutions and whatnot and all that. So it's, however, if you give this game to them, I would say at least 1 out of 2 of them would say, you know, this is not the game that I thought I was buying, but I still like it. That's kind of what the 5 and the 6 means. So 5 to 6 out of 10. incredibly a big turnoff. It's a turnoff to focused gameplay. So if you're a person that's looking for depth in a specific thing, 50-50. It's a coin flip. You may like it, you may not like it. You're probably going to feel like 60 to 70% of the game was not for you, so a person that turns away, or you didn't know you like. So then the other half, the ones that become receptive to it, is like, yo, you know what? I was totally not expecting this experience, but I still like it. So now you have them, right? So you were this game basically captured 100% of the casual seeker, which is the larger audience, by the way, like greater audience. So it gets all those scores and even manages, in my opinion, to be impressively 50-50. The reason why I think this is the case is if you look through all the reviews and you just brainstorm and look at all the patterns, you even get people like, yo, Dave the Diver is a game that I didn't think I would like. Dave the Diver, I didn't think I was going to do this in a game when I bought it. That comes up frequently enough to be noticeable. And those are the hardcore seekers. The people who bought a game thinking they were going to do a specific thing and only that specific thing. And turns out they could never imagine them doing it and liking it. Those were there. And of course, there are negative criticisms, but it's overpowered by capturing basically 100% of the casual seekers, which is overwhelmingly a bigger audience. And then even squelching it even more by executing so well on this enough to even turn and convince hardcore seekers that they don't really need enough depth. And that includes me, sort of. Like, I would love the econ thing to be super deep. But some part of me would say it would rob me of even playing this game first. Like, if this game was a hardcore diving econ game, I would be less likely to play it in my current state of mind. Because I wanted something relaxing. I wanted something casual. And even then, this game is kind of tense at points. So even casual seekers have criticisms. Casual seekers, like, I like the game overall, but even certain parts are really tense. Like, I did not like some of those boss fights, I would say, were a little bit unforgiving. As in, it's inconsequential how much time you lose because it's only it's like a few seconds and stuff, and it offsets that. But during the process, it can be very, very tight. Like, when I was playing, I was like min-maxing movement. I was always like one frame off and one box like 10 pixels off, like very small margins. There's very small margins for certain parts. So those are rare, and they might actually appeal to the hardcore seeker. It's just very in between. So for me, I have no, like, with all the ups and downs, like, so ups, life. I'm just gonna summarize it as life because this is the rating portion. Life skills, right? Me, variety. Me, indie culture. Me, highly educational product for gamers. I can use it in so many ways as an educational product. Even talking to other devs, right? Or other friends who are making games. This is a game that anyone who wants to make games really should try to at least play this game to understand. If you're a person who aspires to make games in the future, this is a wonderful starting place. Downside, it's not complex, right? Not complex. Sure, It doesn't have enough. I can't talk about like details and stuff because the details are very surface level, right? So part of me wants more, right? And actually that's about it. This game, basically, I said it a couple times already, it panders to me. It panders me so hard that it's a foregone conclusion. It's a 10 out of 10. Like, no questions. It's not a 10 plus. I don't think I've ever given it 10 plus. There's nothing that I feel like I need to go out, drive to the dev's office, and like throw money at them or something. It hasn't been that. Like, it hasn't been life defining per se, but it's a 10 out of 10, and I don't give 10 out of 10s very often. Again, this is 10 out of 10 knowing that I already am going to like it and recommend it. This is beyond anything. This is something that I will say in the future. Hey, someone asks, what's a game that you constantly think about? Dave the Diver. There are other games like that. There are a couple out there. I would say my list is 10-ish games where when someone says, tell me about video games, well, I'm gonna have to mention these games, right? And this will be the new one on the list. And I really hope I like this game to the point where I always wish the best for it. So with that passion, with that 10 out of 10, comes with ambivalence. And I had some ambivalence. What's an ambivalence? Cyberpunk 2077. During the launch time, many people, it was very hard to keep from not getting triggered by the naysayers. There was still no doubt that because of like Witcher 3, right? So this is the most recent example of a 10 out of 10 game, right? Witcher 3. And because of Witcher 3's faith, I have always considered the ambivalence and the uphill battle of a developer having to follow up on this. So this comes with the same ambivalence. I really hope that MINTROCKET has all the praise and continue to not stagnate and find creative freedom, and just because it's untapped. I think the people at MINTROCKET, whatever they're doing, it's such a freedom of expression, and I hope they continue to make great things. I definitely am not a person who responds to people who feel like it can be overhyped, or constantly thinking like, oh, they're not as good as they once were. Like all that ambivalence. I'm talking about my ambivalence comes with the idea that other people are like that. Whatever they make, I'm behind them, in my opinion, like for the foreseeable future. I think their design philosophy is fantastic, much like Black Salt Games with Dredge, much like CDPR with their next games, right? And I'll throw in some things that I don't, right? Bethesda software, like you're not gonna see me constantly be on top of Bethesda software, right? It's just a conflict of interest. I'm not saying they're bad or good. It's just a personal preference. Ambivalence is a personal feeling, right? So I hope that MINTROCKET will continue to deliver, because I love believing in people, not because of their not necessarily just because of their product. I want to pander to them. Like the next game I'm playing, Like a Dragon 8, I've already bought in. I bought the developer. I'm buying faith in the developer. Not because of all the... It's kind of because of all the other games, but it's based on how I think I understand the developer. And that's why I'm giving this game a 10. It's a 10 out of 10 based on building philosophy. Man, I would not be surprised in another year or two we're going to have a dialogue about how this game, much like other games, inspired a new generation of game makers. What is that going to look like? I'm looking forward to seeing what it's going to look like. This is inspirational. This is inspiration for future gamers. And I know a few people who want to make games in the future. I personally have written and designed some stuff, but you know, I've always been like a... Nah, I'd rather see other people make stuff. I'm more about this stuff. I like enabling people. So, Dave the Diver gets a 10 out of 10 because I can use it. Thank you, MINTROCKET, by the way. I really appreciate the wonderful experience, and thank you for producing a product that I can use as a case study to enable people. My goal is to learn and take as much information as I can and connect people with the tools they require. If you're upset and you're depressed, I hope that I have enough experience to give you and put you in contact with the tools and things that you need to make yourself successful. And that's what makes a game a 10 out of 10 to me. It's not just a great experience. A great experience, like a personal great experience that's very selective, it's a 7 out of 10 at best. It's an 8 out of 10 if it has influence that's beyond my personal preference. It's a 9 out of 10 when the overall sentiment is universally appealing, right? And it shows awareness of the industry. It's a 10 out of 10 when I personally can use it as a form of education. That's it. There you have it. And that's all I have for today, actually. We just ended our segment of the double feature. So I have no idea what I have planned in the future right now. I'm probably going to do some art stuff and design some stuff before the launch of Like a Dragon 8. Right? And then we'll probably be playing Like a Dragon 8 exclusively for 25 plus days. And then we're going to start learning languages. We're going to start learning Mandarin and Japanese while critiquing a tool that's available to everyone. You know me, it's all about the tools. So that's a wrap. MINTROCKET, smash hit. It's probably one of the... It's been a very long time since I had such little reservation of giving a game a 10. And this is one of them. Play it. I don't care if you know everything that happened. I doubt you know everything that happened from me anyways. Just play it. Tell me what the meaning is before or after. You gotta... It's so semblance of someone's lifestyle that I would be very disappointed and be concerned of a person who plays this game and not think about their own life's time and management. Just saying. Alright, folks. There you have it. As always, thanks for listening. Thanks for chilling and vibing. If you're gonna watch this later, thanks for watching. Even for a little bit. I highly recommend you watch videos in 2x. I actually personally like the way I sound in 1.5 to 2. You can give that a go. I'll try sometime to make shorter formats. That's an ongoing experiment right now. As always, until next time. With the next game, I suppose, or the next thing. Stay safe, stay healthy. Keep on learning and experiencing new things. Bring back stories. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Take care. Bye now.